We are live and in color, in living color. And I hope everyone can hear me. I will not be hit. I will not. I might not be able to hit. I might not be able to get some of these trolls out of here, but hey, it is what it is. We are live, y'all. We live. We are live and in living color, y'all. I am on the road, and it's gonna take me a couple of hours as far as me being on the road and stuff like that. So Cutie Pie chilling right here, riding shotgun, and just chilling, y'all. And I might not be able to read. Some of the replies and stuff like that. As far as if anybody's texting or anything or saying anything, I'm on the road, and I really got to concentrate on the road. I don't have a partner. My baby is locked up. I didn't have. I was trying to get one of my skaters to come to Georgia with me, but he got his family and stuff like that. So yeah, couldn't get my buddy. But let me hit the thumbs up so I can be on the live. I can be on the live. Oh. So yeah, everybody that's coming in, hit the thumbs up. Everybody that's coming in, hit the thumbs up. I am on the road. I am on the road for today, and I'm on the road for today. Oh, and I gotta hit the thumbs up myself. So yeah, everyone hit the thumbs up. Everyone that's coming in, hit the thumbs up. Hit the thumbs up, y'all. Hit the thumbs up so we can give you an update on Miss Gerry and what's going on with her. And I might not, like I said, I might not be able to reply to people that's in the chat. If it's trolls in the chat, I'm just gonna tell y'all to leave, because we don't want that kind of energy coming into this live and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm on the road, and it's gonna take me like about 3 hours to get where I need to go. It's a certain spot that I usually go when I go to my family's hometown, that this phone gonna one of these phones, well, I know my phone is gonna cut out, which is gonna take out the internet, because I got the internet, I got the hotspot connected to her phone. So hey, what's up, Betty Hutchinson? Appreciate you coming on. Anyone that's coming on the live, hit the thumbs up. I got 8 people in the live. Hit the thumbs up. It's free to hit the thumbs up. It's free. I think I'm gonna be good on the road as far as 77, because a lot of people out shopping still for last minute Christmas stuff. I don't celebrate Christmas. And everybody was like, oh, I do it for Christ. No, you don't. You don't even go to church. Hey, how you doing? What's up, Delio? What's up, Miss Delio? Appreciate you coming on as usual. Dedicated. I'm on the road, so I probably won't be able to answer like everything that you say or everything that you chat about. And but I'm gonna try my best, especially when I get on set. Once I get on this 77 in a minute. Did like a kind of a quick workout and I'm on the road. I'm on the road to Georgia, and just going to see some family and stuff like that. Going to see my mom, and make sure everything all right with her. Oh, that's perfectly fine. Be careful on the road. Yes, I will. I will be careful on the road. I will be careful on the road. I appreciate you. So I mean, I'll be able to see with this phone what everybody is texting. So I'm gonna be on the road for like 3 hours. Everybody, I got people on the line. I got people in the live. Hit the thumbs up, y'all. I got 10 people on the line. Hit the thumbs up. Everybody that's on the line, hit the thumbs up. I'll give you an update on Miss Gerry, what's going on with her. Hit the thumbs up, everyone. Everyone hit the thumbs up. Everyone that's in this live, hit the thumbs up. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. You might see me eating these whatchamacallit, pomegranates. Gerry Jacko, what's up? Appreciate you coming on, man. Or ma'am. Appreciate you. Everyone that's on live, hit the thumbs up. Hit the thumbs up, y'all. Want to hear a joke? Nope. Don't want to hear a joke. Because you sound like you about to be a troll, and I ain't got time for that. Unless, never tried pomegranates before. Oh, they good. They excellent. They good for your health. We got the seeds, and if you keep them in the refrigerator for a couple of days, the juice will come out with them. But pomegranates are excellent. They are excellent. Albert Einstein, what's up? What's up? Everyone that's in the live, hit the thumbs up. Hit the thumbs up. I will acknowledge you. I'll say your name, worldwide fame, and it's all in the game. You know what I'm saying? It's all in the game. But yeah, hit the thumbs up. Hit the thumbs up, y'all. Hit the thumbs up. Like I said, once I get on this big highway with no lights, I probably won't be able to say too much to everybody. And I should say I will be able to talk to y'all, but I might not be able to respond to everybody at once or get the trolls out of here. I might have to make somebody a moderator. I might have to make somebody a moderator because you got these little trolls that come in here and stuff like that during this time, and yeah, got these young trolls that come in here. They ain't got nothing better to do but to be a troll. But then I found out a lot of these trolls are bots, so it's not really young kids and stuff like that. It's actual bots. Didn't know that. And I'm in IT, So, but anyways, I guess it helps the algorithm as far as when the trolls come on and stuff like that. So hey, at least you're watching. If you are a troll, what's up with my girl? I hope she's okay. It's been almost a month with Miss Gerry, right? Well, they're going to give her another court date. It was supposed to be Friday, but then they changed it. And they're going to give us another one. I knew they weren't going to give it to us during this week because of the holiday. And next week, they should update it with another court date for her. I had to go down 3 times last week because they kept telling me this, telling me that, and didn't even tell me about them canceling the court date and moving on another hearing for her. Okay, and I hope she walks out of there before New Year's. Yeah, me too. But you know, we're working on some stuff, and I hope so too. But I'm in the process of going to visit her, and I'm gonna take the phone as far as going in there. I probably won't be able to go all the way inside. I don't know if they're gonna take the phone. You know what? I might just leave the phone in the car because I do not want any problems where I make an appointment to come see her, and then they tell me, you know, you can't bring the phone in. You gotta take it outside in the car. Then I gotta get back in line as far as being checked and stuff like that. I don't know how this process goes as far as seeing her. So I went to see my brother in New York. Can you visit her on weekends? I seen the schedule. I don't see weekends. They said there's no. I don't think it's no visitation on the weekends. So yeah, I'm gonna look at it again because they got the schedule like right on the front door. They got it on the front door that it's no weekends. So I think they got it Monday through Friday. So yeah. So I'm gonna try my best to find out all the information I can and give you guys an update. And let you know what's gonna happen, what's happening next, or what's gonna happen, how I need to do things, and you know, go from there. So yeah, this is raw, live, uncut. And again, like, comment, subscribe to the channel. Everybody's coming in. Got new people coming in. Subscribe to the channel, and you'll you'll get the updates and stuff like that. Miss Gerry, she says she loves all her Gerry berries, and she loves each and every person that comes on and blesses her, blesses the channel, I should say, and and keep her uplifted in prayer and stuff like that. Oh wow, okay, that's okay. Yeah, so like I said, I am on the road. It's gonna take like 2 or 3 hours, so I don't know if I'm gonna stay on for the whole 2 or 3 hours, but I'm gonna try my best. But Miss Gerry, y'all, she had been on here and was posting so many videos, so many shorts, videos in the daytime, videos at night, videos with her family. I want everybody to go back and look at her old videos. Even just look at her videos while you cleaning up or on the road, to give her some more watch time, because we're trying to get her monetized. as much as we can. So, anybody don't know, pomegranates are good for your heart, and good for your blood too. Because it's funny how God made fruit, and if you notice a lot of fruit, right? A lot of fruit are shaped like things inside of our bodies. You know, I think they said cashews are good for, like, I think your ears or something like that, and you gotta go on Google and type in fruits and vegetables that look like your body, and you will see. I'm gonna give you a nugget. You will see, what you need to eat for your body type. Now, what you need to stay away from, like me, I do have a habit of eating potato chips, knowing that they're no good for me. I know they're no good for me. I know this, and now if I'm on the road, I'm gonna burn that off. Like me driving, I'm gonna burn it off. Or if I eat some chips before I go and exercise or something like that, and I've been cutting down on the chips and stuff like that, and it's no good for the body. All the junk food that we eat is only good for when you're a kid. And when I say your kid, I mean once in a while you should have your kid eat some junk food. Not every day. See, I grew up in the 70s. And see, in the 70s, I was born in the 60s, but I grew up in the 70s, as far as, the good times that I had and being a young kid. In the 80s I was a teenager, but the 70s is like, the heck is that sound? Growing up in the 70s, everybody that's on here, if you have not grown up in the 70s, I'm gonna tell you how it was for me and being in New York. Okay, growing up in the 70s. Okay, my dad and my uncle. Okay, everybody on my dad's side. My Uncle Charles, my Uncle Frank, and my dad's cousins. Everybody on my dad's side, as far as the men, they all dressed up. They wore nice clothes. They wore hats that either they had hats that were fedoras, or they had, you could say, the hats that Cam Newton and a lot of people, Cat Williams, and they'll wear like the big hats. They was wearing those hats back in the 70s. The men and the ladies, but I'm talking about the men. My dad, I never seen my dad in sneakers. I think I seen my dad in sneakers one time. we went swimming. I think that's the only time. I think, if I'm correct, I think that was the only time I seen my dad in sneakers. And that was like one time in my life. My dad used to dress. He used to teach me how to. I used to want to shine his boots, because he used to have 3/4 boots with a lot of his clothing. My dad dressed GQ. He dressed like, he dressed like he was going to a photo shoot, basically. Sometimes, most of the time, I should say. If he wasn't working, because he worked at Kodak. So, but yeah, my dad dressed. He dressed. I always seen him in a button-up shirt, or if he didn't have a button-up shirt, he had I think he mostly had button-up shirts, or he had those collar bowling shirts, but they were. I mean, but the way they were fashionable. They weren't like bowling shirts that you really go bowling in. I call them bowling shirts. I don't know. I forgot the kind of the name of them. But they still sell them in some of the men's shops around here. Me, when I was a kid, I dressed up for school. I dressed up for school almost every day. And when I came home from school, I'm talking about the 70s. I'm talking about growing up in the 70s. When I came home from school, my mom told me every day I came home, I had to take off my school clothes, because I used to dress up. All the things that you see like in the 70s, like Michael Jackson wore when they was singing the ABC and Stop. What's that song? Stop the love you make. Leave may be your own, something like that. Yeah, I dressed up like that. I dressed up. I dressed up. My dad worked, my mom worked, but yeah, I dressed up. In the 70s, you didn't see too many fat kids. You didn't see too many fat kids. And the food back then, I mean, it really tasted like food back then. I mean, it was good. They had real beef. They had no, I guess you call it horse meat or something like that, or whatever they put in this food now. Not too many chemicals going on. But, put this window down. Not too many chemicals in the food. They had, I remember they had Hungry Man dinners. Well, my mom cooked mostly every night for us. And my she was originally born in New York. My grandfather's from New York. I'm talking about my mom's side of my family. My mom is a New Yorker. My granddad is a New Yorker, So my dad is from Georgia. So he was trying to incorporate, the food from Georgia, and then my mom's cooking. So he was trying to incorporate his food. My dad was, even though he dressed up nice, he still was country. I love my dad. God bless his dad. I love my dad, but he still was country. So he still was eating chitlins, deer meat, venison, whatever they call it, deer meat. He would eat, chicken and stuff like that, and rice and like regular food. But most of the food was Southern food. And I was born up there. So when he tried to like everybody that's coming in, like, comment, subscribe to the channel. I'm going over growing up in the 70s, and gave everybody an update about Miss Gerry and them changing her date, her hearing date for another date. But they canceled the one hearing. Now they're gonna give us another date. Let's give me a date for her hearing. And what I was talking about was how growing up in the 70s is different than growing up now. So, because I'm on the road, it's gonna take me over 3 hours as far as being on the road and stuff like that. So, oh, they got lights inside. Okay. On the back, okay. But what I was getting to about growing up in the 70s in New York, you know, it was different. What I was alluding to was how my dad is from Georgia, so he was country. The man used to peel his apples with a knife. You know, he always had a pocket knife on him, always. I'm surprised, he probably had a gun in his car. But yeah, he was trying to incorporate the more southern food with my mom, but my mom was not used to eating southern food like that. So he would try to have us try to eat hog maws or chitlins, whatever they call it. I don't know what the difference is. They both smell. Hog maws, chitlins, they both smell. So my dad would try to have my mom. He would go down to Georgia. He would go down to Georgia, like on holidays and stuff like that, and then come back and bring the stuff back. And he would tell my mom, okay, you know, cook it like this, make it with rice and corn and, you know, different stuff. Now we would eat the corn, the rice, all that stuff. But the hog maws or the chip, whatever, like I said, whatever that stuff was, it smelled horrible. Me and my sister tried to hide it. We wouldn't throw it in the trap. We throw it like under the refrigerator. And then I guess ants started coming in the refrigerator. Or we would eat it a little bit and then throw the rest away. We just like, oh. And my dad just told my mom, he said, I'm not even gonna bring it up because they're not gonna eat it. Yeah, chitlins. Yeah. That was one delicatessen I did not like at all. And still don't like. I mean, I don't as far as pork. Yeah. Nah, no pork. And growing up in the 70s, the food was I think the food was authentic. The food tasted good. It tasted like food. I mean, it really did. Everything tasted like food back then. Even my mom would treat us, or my dad, I should say, would treat us, because my dad, my dad was a good dad. Like, the days he would be off on the weekends, he would take me and my sister, mostly everywhere, around town and stuff like that. We were chilling in his Road Runner. And he was one of the ones that had a different, like a psychedelic color, purplish like Road Runner. One of the baddest Road Runners in the city back then. And like I said, growing up in the 70s, the family, we stuck together, we fought together. We played outside because it wasn't there wasn't any PlayStations. There wasn't any PlayStations, or we didn't have no video games or anything. So our stuff was outside. Everything we had to do, and being out of our mom and dad here, well, I mean, if we wasn't in school in the summertime, we'd be outside. So me and my sister, we had to kind of like take care of ourselves. You know, back in the days, they really, you know, one of my aunts used to come over and watch us, but most of the time we took care of ourselves because we stayed in a neighborhood. We stayed on the street where people would watch other people's houses. And when I say watch, I mean watch like, you know, ain't nobody gonna steal out your house, you know, in the neighborhood I was in. On the west side. We could leave our bikes. We could leave our bikes outside because there were other kids in the neighborhood too. They had their own bikes. So everybody had a bike. So we didn't have to worry about, and where I stayed at, you know, I wasn't down in the boroughs. We were upstate. And it was it's a lot of businesses that came out of upstate, even to this day, that they're still there. So like I said, growing up in the 70s, it was different. Like I said, everybody, all the kids, we were outside. We played football, basketball. We would go to, I would go to my cousin. My cousin, his school was right across the street from his house. So I would go to his house sometimes, and they would have like a summer lunch camp program and stuff like that. So I would eat lunch at his school. I mean, that was so cool. Now that was cool. To get up, go outside and walk like 2 houses down and your school right there. That was pretty cool as far as my cousin. And my cousin, he's in Buffalo right now. And yeah, the 70s was cool. It was cool. All the things that you see like on Soul Train, how they used to dress, the women. My mom was a dresser too. When she wasn't working, even when she went to work, she looked nice. But when she would chill, when I say chill, I mean like go to my aunt's house, my grandmother's house. Kitty pie. Okay, I'm making sure. My aunt's house and my grandmother's house. Yeah, my mom was a dresser. So you might see me right now as far as the way I dress, as far as work. But my mom and my dad, they were dressers. And when I went to school, I was a dresser. My sister still dressed. She still dressed nice. And the subject is about growing up in the 70s and not seeing too many fat kids back in the days, because we played outside all the time. We played outside all the time. All the time. We played outside, and you didn't have time to be fat. No disrespect to big people. My grandmother was a big woman. Well, my grandmother was a big woman with a shape. She had a shape. She had her, she had hips and everything. My grandmother had shape on my mom's side. My grandmother on my dad's side, she was top heavy. I got another aunt that was like super top heavy, where she used to keep her money in her shirt, in her bra, whatever you call it. Yeah, she would keep her money in her bra, her shirt and bra and stuff like that. So what I was saying was, and like I said, no disrespect to big people, because matter of fact, I got a cousin that lives in Delaware, and she's super stacked and big, and I mean, like, when I say big, I mean she got a shape, like she got a shape, and she got super wide hips and everything. She's big, but she got a shape. She got a super shape. Like, cars will stop if you've seen her walk. You know, if she probably wore high heels or whatever, I think cars will stop and stuff like that. So, yeah. Yeah, but my cousin, in Delaware has a shape. So, yeah, yep. But like I said, man, I think that's what that sound was back when I got on 77. That weird sound, like a jackhammer. I think it's a truck or something like that. But what I was saying, yeah, back in the 70s was, everybody looked out for each other. The neighbors snitched on me. Back in the 70s, I took some firecrackers, and I'm a kid. I wasn't thinking. I took some firecrackers instead of, we was popping them outside, but I don't know what made me and Anthony Barnes, my buddy Anthony Barnes, we would, I don't know what made me go down in the basement. I went down in the basement, and we started popping firecrackers in the basement. Mind you, we was popping firecrackers next to a furnace. And that wasn't cool. And like I said, I wasn't thinking. I was young. I wasn't thinking. I just thought it was fun. So the neighbors told on me. I got one of the worst beatings in my life, because I don't know why, because the furnace wasn't on, and we didn't have central air in where I was at. Back in the 70s, I don't think they even had central air. I don't think that I think they had did they have window air conditions back in the 70s? I can't remember. But no, we didn't have we had fans. I know that. But like I said, the heater wasn't on. But my mom still beat me because I shouldn't have been popping firecrackers next to a furnace. I mean, and we had gas. We had a gas furnace. I definitely remember that. But it was, like I said, it wasn't turned on. It was summertime. But yeah, I still got a beat. Meaning that, I'm saying that was all the neighbors looked out for each other, for everybody on that street. The street I was on. The avenue I was on. Now, mind you, my brother stayed on He stayed on the street parallel to us, right over to us. My brother and my work on this road. This road seemed like it's bouncing, or I think they doing work on this road. It don't even drive. It drive like But yeah, like I said, back in the 70s, everybody had fun. We all had the cookouts, and like I said, on my side of town where I was born on the west side. I was born on the west side, and I would go down to Georgia also too when I was a baby and a kid. I was down in Georgia. So when my mom and my dad, they kind of got into it a lot. You know, I wish it would have worked, but it didn't. But when my mom, me and my mom and my sister, we had to leave. Because my mom and my dad, they got into it a lot. And I don't like talking about this because, I really don't talk about my business like this, but it's just a story time. Some people might see it, some people might not. But we moved. My mom is a twin, so we moved. We moved on the east side of town. It was like night and day when we moved on the east side. It was like, I'm telling you, it was like I said, on the west side, I could leave my bikes out, all that stuff. On the east side, house got broken into. My mom's stereo got taken. Just different stuff. Man. When I went to when we got there in the fall. Got there in the fall, and then the winter. Winter came, or I think we got there like the first of winter and stuff like that. So, during the winter and stuff like that, we was getting used to going to our school, just walking to school and coming back home to my cousin's house, or my aunt's house, I should say. And then when summer vacation came, my cousin was like, "Hey, it's a rec center around the corner, and we'll walk over there. They have a swimming pool, they got basketball and all that stuff." So I was like, "Oh, okay." I'm 10 years old, and I didn't know what a rec center was. So I go to the rec center like the first day. I seen people drinking 40 ounces. I seen people fighting, everybody cursing. I was like, it was just a total it just blew my mind, 10-year-old, seeing all that, and just seeing some different stuff that I had never seen before. I guess I was just growing up. And everybody's, this side of town is going to be different from the other side of town, Yeah. Growing up on the east side, getting older on the east side was way different from the west side. Way different. I seen people smoking weed. And like I said, I've never seen that stuff before. Never seen it on the west side. My dad and them, they smoked weed, but they smoked it in the house, or he took it, he took it to my uncles and them, or they went to the clubs and the bars and stuff like that, and did it away from the house most of the time. So, excuse me, sometimes my neck neck gets stiff, I gotta go back. I gotta go to a chiropractor. Well, my chiropractor. I got a good one. But yeah. So yeah, like I said, growing up in the 70s, coming from the west side to the east side was a culture shock. And when I say a culture shock, y'all, it was a culture shock. So we stayed at my aunt's house, I think maybe a year, for like a year, stuff like that. Got used to going to the rec center. And then we moved, my mom kind of moved down the street. And down the street around the corner and stuff like that. So we still was close to my aunt and stuff like that. So we still could walk to her house or whatever whenever we wanted to. But yeah, so we moved down the street around the corner, and it was all right. We stayed there for a couple of years until the landlord pissed my mom off, and my mom started throwing like mattresses at him or something. She got a real nice person, real nice. You know those people that are real nice and you keep making them angry, and then finally they snap, and then you be like, well, I didn't know she was gonna do that. That's how my mom is. My mom is she's real nice. Real nice. So from there, we moved to Hudson Avenue. Now, I remember that because we moved to Hudson Avenue, and one night, the first Christmas, somebody, I don't know if they was high or drunk, they crashed into a car, and they crashed into the car so hard that the steering wheel was caved in their chest. It was blood coming out. It was because me, my mom, and my sister, we ran out, and they didn't have the jaws of life back then, and we could see the steering wheel. I know the guy. I think he was dying or he died or something like that. The steering wheel was like it was cutting. It was like, you know how you take you take a cookie dough and you get a cookie cutter. That's how that steering wheel was in his chest, like a cookie cutter. It was lodged. It was lodged in his chest. I don't think he had a seatbelt on either. It was lodged in his chest. Oh, I gotta get some gas. Yeah, it was lodged in his chest, and it was my first time. It was my first time seeing somebody like die in New York, or being dead or on the way of death and stuff like that. So yeah, it was that was the first Christmas we had, the first winter, I should say. It was winter time, and yeah, the man, like I said, he probably was super drunk, hit a telephone pole, and the telephone pole wasn't gonna move, and he died. What else on Hudson Avenue? It used to be a record shop, like right where we stayed at. We stayed in a half a house. We stayed upstairs, and I'm not gonna call the name of this. I'm not gonna call the name of this girl. I don't know. I don't want to say her name or anything, but I should say this girl and her family, they stayed downstairs, and in the front of the, we stayed in like I said, a half a house, but in the front of the half a house was a beauty salon, and then next to the beauty salon, it was a record store. So I would go in the record store all the time to talk with the guy. And, he was a good guy, real good, real nice guy, real cool. And that's when they had albums out. and I used to just browse the album. My mom was a big music uh, fan, collector, and everything of just music. You know, my mom she got a lot of albums, the original albums. I mean, I ain't talking about albums that they make now. You know, albums that are being remade now, vinyl that's being remade now. No, my mom's got original albums like Ohio Players, the OJs, James Brown. I mean, a lot. My sister, she grabbed some of the albums too. So she got a lot of original albums too that my mom had. So like I said, my mom, like days that she didn't work, they would play. If she didn't look at, if she wasn't looking at stories, she would have music on. We would have music on mostly all day until like 5 o'clock, and then about 4:30, my mom she'll start cooking, still with music, but then she'll start turning the TV on, and we used to watch the Electric Company back in the days. What else used to come on the 70s? I'm trying to think of the TV shows that came on back in the 70s. Family Affair. I remember seeing that TV show. The news. Most of the time when we came in the house, the news was coming on, and we was coming in the house to eat. So, excuse me. Yeah. And by the time we was coming in, we would eat, take a shower, take a bath, and get ready for school. We had to be in the bed by 9 back in the days. Ain't no, like I said, we didn't have no PlayStation, Xbox, none of that stuff. My thing was, I was a reader. I was an advocate reader. I used to read anything I could get my hands on that was interesting to me. You know, back in the days, you had the Marvel comics. I wasn't really into DC. Oh, I gotta get in this lane. I wasn't really into DC that much. Marvel comics was my thing back in the 70s. And what I used to do is, it used to be a store that used to sell comic books. So I would get the comic books, buy them. So they would tear the cover off. I don't know why they would tear the cover off, but they would tear the cover off, so it would be 10 cents. But if you had the cover on them, they were 25 cents. So I would get like allowance from my mom and my dad. So I would buy comic books, and I would tell everybody on my street, hey, I got some comic books for sale, for 25 cents. So I would make money. I didn't want to walk to the store, So I would sell the comic books for 25 cents. Just make a little profit here and there, But like I said, as far as growing up in the 70s, it was fun. I never heard a gunshot, especially on the west side. Now my dad, he used to shoot his gun. I remember he had a shotgun in the house. I definitely remember that because he shot it in the basement one time, a couple of times I think. But anyways, yeah. Growing up back in the 70s was fun. You heard about killings and stuff like that. I had never seen it until we moved on the east side of town. And let me see. What else happened back in the 70s? We walked to school, and if you only had like a mile, then you had to walk to school. Back in the days, it wasn't my parents take me to school every day. I did that to my daughters. I spoiled her. I think my daughter caught the bus one time for a year. going to school. Most of the time, I would take her, or or her mom would take her to school. Back in the days, I mean, not back in the day, back when she was young. But when I was growing up, either you, if it was far, if I had a school that was far, then they would put us on the city school bus, the yellow bus, not the short bus, the yellow bus. But yeah, they would if the school was far, they would put us on the school bus. So growing up back in the 70s, I remember it was guys, I would fight guys, but it seemed like guys that were shorter than me, I was scared of them. It was like, I don't know what my mind was thinking of. They were like the meanest guys that were, and I'm 5'5". I'm 5'5", so I'm not short, but I'm not tall. I'm not short, but it was guys that were shorter and skinnier than me that I was scared of for some reason. I don't know what. To this day, I mean, now I'm not, but I'm just saying, when I was young, I wasn't scared of guys that were my height or maybe a little bit taller. I would fight them. But guys that were shorter than me, for some reason, yeah, I don't know. Even in high school, I remember it was two guys that were shorter than me, but they were the meanest guys, and I used to be scared of them. Now, guys that were my height, you know, we would square up and fight. Taller guys, I don't know if it was just me being my size. I wasn't scared of guys that were taller than me or my height, but it was like guys shorter than me, like shorter than me. I'm like, yeah, I just thought about that. I'm like, why was I scared of these guys? But they, like I said, they were mean. And most of those guys that were shorter had brothers. You know what I'm saying? My brothers, me and my brothers, we went to 37 school one time together. But then when we got older and I moved on the west side, I had to go to the schools on the east side. I had to go to schools on the east side. My brothers were still on the west side going to school. So they couldn't help me. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying that to say this. Growing up in the 70s, I could write a movie script on what I went through in the 70s. You know? It was a fun time. It was a fun time. I think they had to have real weed because no one looked out. You know? Unless they laced it with something. But I think they had real because it didn't stink. It didn't stink like the weed that they smoke today. Oh, it smells horrible. I don't know what they put in that weed. I'm not a weed smoker, but I could be around weed, marijuana. I'm talking about marijuana. You know, I could be around marijuana and not have it smell horrible. Now today, this weed that they selling in these stores or whatever they call those shops now, cannabis stores, I don't know what they put in that weed. I don't know. That weed is horrible. I mean, it really truly is horrible, and yeah, it smells bad. I mean, really bad. So I'm gonna try to look at if somebody says something. WKRP in Cincinnati. Oh yeah. I remember that. Yep, that was. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, let me get to the show, the good shows back in the 70s. WKRP in Cincinnati. That was a good show. That was good. That was a fun show. The Love Boat. They had the Love Boat. They had, I think Rowan and Martin's, laughing. I tried to stay up for that. My mom was like, nah, go to bed. Go to bed, you got school. Three's Company. So yeah, oh, I forgot about Three's Company. Three's Company, we used to try to stay up and look at that. But my mom was like, nah, you gotta go to bed. You gotta go to bed. Because it was adult comedy back then. Soap. It used to be this TV show called Soap. It was a soap opera, a comedy soap opera. What else back in the 70s? This Is Us. I think it was called This Is Us with Tom Hanks when he first came out. And he dressed, him and another guy, they had to dress as women to get a discount on the hotel. Something like that. Some kind of TV show like that. $6 Million Man. $6 Million Man. Came on back in the 70s. Soul Train, definitely. Soul Train was a definite. You had to look at Soul Train. American Bandstand. What else? Good TV shows back in the 70s. Eight Is Enough, if I'm correct. I think that came on back in the 70s. Was that Wonder Woman? Or was that the 80s? Yeah, Wonder Woman was the 80s. Electric Company, Sesame Street. What other shows came on back in good shows that came on back in the 70s? Let me see. I think I said Duke. Yeah, Dukes of Hazzard. What else? What else, y'all? What else? Some good TV shows. Good TV shows back in the 70s. Like I said, $6 Million Man. Mannix. It used to be this detective called Mannix, and it was a good TV show. Ironside came on back in the 70s. What else? Flip Wilson, the Flip Wilson Show, Richard Pryor Show, the Richard Pryor Show. Carol Burnett came on. Flip Wilson, Richard Pryor had his own show. Who else? Some good TV shows back in the 70s. I said Cher. Michael Jackson had the Jackson 5 had their cartoons. The Osmond family had their cartoons. And they had their shows, their variety show. Who else had a variety show? Let me see. Wrestling was like starting to get popular on TV back in the 70s. They've been wrestling back since the 50s, the 40s or the 50s. You know, at in arenas and stuff like that, maybe small time arenas. But then the 70s, they start really picking up steam. They had roller derby. Roller derby was it was a group of men and women, men or women. I'm not gonna say men and women, men, and they would take people and grab them, and you had to knock people over. And roller derby, they had knee pads, they had helmets, all that stuff. Because you had to, I guess, knock people over to get maybe, I don't know, first place, something like that. I'm gonna look online to see what really rolled. But I know they used to knock people over. I definitely remember that. And the movies they had back in the 70s, they had some good Coffee, Monkey Business, Across 110th Street, Blackula, all the karate movies was the bomb back in the 70s. Bruce Lee's Enter the Dragon. Um, The Exorcist. The Exorcist. I wish my mom would have never took me to see that movie. But you know what? It was. It is what it is. What else? Coffee. Sheba Baby. What else? Pam Grier starred in a lot of movies back in the 70s. If I'm correct, that was Coffee. Or was that Truck Turner? Dolomite. You got Dolomite. You had Bingo Long All Stars. You had The Wiz. The Wiz was in the 70s. You had the fish that saved Pittsburgh. So yeah. So like I said, what I'm saying, I'm just reminiscing on stuff and how I grew up back in New York. Miss Gerry, she grew up in the South as far as the 70s. And she's been telling stories about how she grew up and stuff like that. I was bad when I was growing up in the 70s. I was bad, and I would hit girls because I see my dad do that to my mom. And like I said, I'm real personal, but hey, it is what it is as far as killing time right now and driving and stuff. But yeah, I gotta take Cutie Pie out once I go to the bathroom. Go to the rest stop. But yeah, the 70s, growing up and going from the west side to the east side, it was something. It was something. I'm telling y'all, it was something. The movies. I remember Parliament Funkadelic. Cause my grandmother, she moved over it was almost downtown, and she moved across the street from a furniture store. And the reason why I'm getting to that, and that's part a thing about the mafia. My uncles and them, they used to go to the club. My uncles on my mom's side, they used to go to the clubs and stuff like that, and little parties and stuff. House parties was fun, but going to the fun house parties back in the days. So Parliament Funkadelic had came to our city, and I wanted to go to that concert so bad. I wanted to go to that concert so bad, and I begged my grandmother to have my uncles take me. They didn't want to take me, but they took me, and that was like the first the real concert that I ever went to. Loud music and stuff like that. And it was something, because it was grown ups there. I'm like 11, 12 years old, and yeah, they took me to the concert. That was my first time seeing people snorting cocaine, people smoking weed in the concert. It was different. It was something, man. It was wow. Yeah, but it was a good concert. That Parliament Funkadelic was a good concert. I think this is my exit. To get some gas and something to eat real quick. Was this my exit? I don't think. No, this wasn't my exit. Man, I gotta get back on. Nah, because that gas station is not back right on mine. Let me get back on the highway. Excuse me, y'all. I'm sorry. I had to. I don't see why it's cool out here, cause I'm going more south, and it's cool out here for some reason. Anyways, I got off too early, so. But I definitely have to get some gas because I'm almost half, or a little bit under half. But yeah, growing up back in the '70s and asking my uncles and my uncles to take me to this Parliament Funkadelic concert that I really wanted to go to bad, because I back then I liked Parliament Funkadelic. I really liked them. And like I said, it was like a shock. It was just like, I'm 11 years old. And yeah, my first time seeing like people really snorting cocaine, like on line. They had lines, and one girl had a bottle. It was a bottle, and I guess she had cocaine in the bottle. It was like a little instant looking like bottle or something like that. But anyways, yeah, they were high at that concert. They were high, but it was a good concert. Parliament Funkadelic was. I mean, they jammed the whole. I stayed for the whole. The mothership came out and everything. I'm gonna read what they saying. Hey, All in the Family. I forgot about All in the Family. Brady. Oh my goodness, Brady Bunch. Little House on the Prairie. Yeah, I used to watch that. Brady. Star Trek. I forgot about Star Trek. Three's Company. Yeah, I tried to watch Three's Company, but like I said, if it was a school night, then my mom was like, nah, y'all gotta go to bed. Let me see. What else? Seriously, tell Sister Gerry I send my thoughts and prayers. This too shall pass. Does Cutie hear her voice when she calls? Yeah, she does. She does. Yep, she does. So, and I will let her know. I'll let her know that everybody is thinking about her, Miss Gerry, and her being exonerated and released and stuff like that. So I know it's gonna come. I know it's gonna come. But yeah, what I was saying was back in the '70s and me growing up and stuff like that, and just giving you guys stories about how I grew up and things that I seen. As far as a guy, a man, becoming a man. Well, I was a boy, I should say, and just experiencing different things in New York. So getting back to my grandmother's house. And going to see Parliament Funkadelic. Good concert. I was a kid. I seen things I don't think I seen, but I seen them. Now, getting back to my grandmother's house, apartment, I should say. One night, I don't know what made my grandmother she made us go to my mom's brother, my uncle. My uncle stayed on Alexander Street back in the '70s. And we walked over there. It took us like maybe an hour, 45 minutes, an hour to walk over there to the house. And we stayed like 2 nights. Or was it overnight? I think it was overnight. Oh, I think we stayed 2 nights. But the night we stayed there, I remember it was a Saturday. Yeah, we stayed one night because it was a Saturday night. And me, my sister, my cousin, my cousin, my girl cousin, and my boy cousin. We was talking and stuff like that. My uncle was talking, and next thing you know, we heard something go boom. And my uncle was like, "Man, that sounded like thunder or something like that." And it really did sound like thunder. It really did sound like thunder. Come to find out, it was a mafia hit on somebody. They planted a bomb under somebody's car. The guy had a Cadillac. I don't know if he messed up some money or he messed up with the mafia. But yeah, we come back. I think my mom told us to come home and not go to my grandmother's house. And then the next week, I don't know if they just left the car there or did we go? I'm trying to think. Did we go? Oh, there go my exit right here to get some gas. I think we went to. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I think that they got that car out of there like the next day. The police showed up and all that stuff, and got that car out of there. But yeah, it was a mafia hit right across the street from my grandmother's house in that parking lot. Now, mind you, we played in that parking lot because it was gravel. So we kids. We had no, like I said, there was no Xboxes, none of that stuff. That was back in 78. That was back in 78, y'all. But it was a mafia hit. It was an Italian mafia hit. And 48, okay. That's my exit. But yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't know if I think the Italians probably told my grandmother, hey, you know, don't let these kids play over here. I think that's what happened. Because they didn't want, you know, the mafia, you know, I got some Italian friends. Matter of fact, one of my nieces now, she's married to a I'm gonna say the last name of one of the 5 families. My niece is married to somebody in the family with the last name of the 5 families. Is that my phone? Oh, that's my phone. And yeah, she is. He's a good guy, real good guy. I mean, quite a nice guy. And she treats him. Oh, I gotta park over here for a minute. Shoot. The gas. Okay. Let me get right here first. So I can take Cutie Pie out so she can go to the bathroom. And then, okay. All right, y'all. It's gonna be a minute because I gotta get some gas and get some food, y'all. But we're gonna stay on this live. We're gonna stay on this live, y'all. We're gonna stay on this live. The way this gas is, I should say the gas pumps. Sorry about that. The way these gas pumps are, and this gas, I think everybody traveling too. So I gotta back up a little bit. And let Cutie Pie out, and nothing's on. Everything's off. Lights off. Let Cutie Pie go to the bathroom. So I'm coming back, y'all, because I'm gonna let Cutie Pie out, let her go to the bathroom, have her come back in here, lock the door, get some gas, get some food, and we getting back on the road, y'all. So stay tuned. Stay tuned. I gotta go to the bathroom too, but I'm gonna leave the light on so everybody know that the live is still going. Sit down, Cutie Pie. Sit down till I open the door for you, okay? Okay, hold on, Cutie Pie. Hold on. I'm gonna let you go to the bathroom. Hold on. Hold on. All right, Cutie Pie. And I think she hear other dogs too. Sit. So I walk around here. Sit. Sit. So I walk around to the other door, Cutie. Hold on, Cutie. Wait a minute. Oh, keys. Hold on. Sit. Sit down. Sit. Down. Sit down. Sit. All right. All right, y'all. Now, this gas station here is kind of famous because they have it's a pilot. I'm sorry, it's a pilot. You got places you can sleep on that side or over there too on the right hand side. But you know what? I'm gonna go in after this guy here with his truck. So let me go right behind him. And you know, it probably won't take him long to get filled up. But yeah, this is a famous pilot on this road that a lot of people come to. They should have put like two pump stations, I should say. They got one, two, three, four, five, six. They got six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, they got 6 here. They should have had 12, to tell you the truth, or maybe 10 at least. Pump stations. Actually, it is 12. Each side is one pump, so it's 12 really. But like I said, growing up back in the 70s and mafia hits, and I'm thinking, like I said, my grandmother told us to go over to my Uncle Robert's house, and I'm thinking, because you know the Italian mafia, they don't want no civilian casualties. They don't want no kids playing. Because like I said, we played in that parking lot where they bombed that car at. We played in that parking lot. You know, we didn't have no choice. We were kids. My uncles and them, they would be gone with, you know, doing their thing. You know, probably looking at running after their teenage. You know, my uncles and them were older, so they were teens. So they probably was chasing girls and stuff like that, women or whatever, teenage girls. And excuse me. So I'm thinking this is my thought. And my grandmother, she never told us this. I'm thinking the mafia told my grandmother, hey, you know, something might be going down. Please don't let those kids play around that area, because we don't want anything to happen. Tell them to, you know, tell those kids to go somewhere for like a night or two. And that's what my grandmother did. So, yeah. That's what she did. She told us to go to my uncle's house. And that's what we did. So, yeah, that was a hit. Matter of fact, it was in the news. It's in the old news archives when I go online and stuff like that. That was a mafia hit. Oops. But yeah, y'all. I'm here. Keep quiet. Stay right there. Don't move. She ain't gonna get into nothing because I'm gonna be right. Matter of fact, I'm gonna be looking in the window and running to the bathroom real quick. So I know she ain't gonna get it. She ain't gonna be able to have time to get into anything. So, but I'm still here, y'all. I'm gonna turn the light on because we still on the live, y'all. Still on the live. Talking about the 70s. Be right back. got that? Yeah.
You actually thought about it. They be like, shut up top. No. He didn't let me finish.
I know. Okay.
All right, give me a jump though.
Yeah.
I'm right here. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay, where you at? I'm right here. Okay. All right, y'all. Bam. I like this van because it just bumps. So you bump it, bam, it cuts on. It cuts on. So let me just grab something. Let's see. Help this brother out. Okay. All right. Got another subscriber. Um, okay, I hope you don't. Got another subscriber. Just met this brother, and met this young man, and just helped him. It took 2 seconds just to jump him. I mean, it didn't even. You know how sometimes you jump somebody and you got to keep the connections on long and stuff like that. When I say it took 2 seconds, I mean it took 2 seconds. This battery, and didn't affect the battery or anything, and I I I'm so used to driving my car. In my mind, my conscious mind was like, I thought I seen something black and red back in the go ahead, y'all. Back in the back garage part of, my wife said she she's got her little garage like under the location in the back, and I was like, oh, I think I seen something black and red back there, but yeah, um, but yeah, y'all, I'm coming right back. Gas, I mean everything's full, back full, and I'm coming right back. I'm going, cutie pie, stay right here, don't move. But yeah, like I said, once I go in here and get what I need to get, I'm coming back, and we're gonna talk about growing up back in the '70s, the mafia hit, and everything. So yeah, so stay tuned, stay on. I'm putting the light on to make sure to let everybody know that the live is still live. It's still live, and just making your night go by. I know it's like Christmas Eve coming and stuff like that. I don't celebrate Christmas Eve. I don't celebrate Christmas. When I found out a lot of stuff about Christmas and about the church, but anyways, let me go in here so I can go to the bathroom and grab a bite, and we can get back on the road. So it's still live, y'all. Stay on. Stay tuned. Stay tuned to your regularly scheduled program. All right. So stay on, y'all. right, y'all. I am back. I'm back, y'all. And all right, Cutie Pie, you ate already. Definitely can't have no people food. People food. People food. Can't have people food. Yeah. Appreciate that, brother. That subscribe to the channel. And got another subscriber, and I'm back on the road. He back on the road. And it's good to help out brothers, you know. And not just just anybody, you know, anybody that needs help. Because he said, you know, he asked for a jump. He asked for jumper cables. No one had some. And you know, sometimes people, you know, they kind of funny with their batteries and stuff like that. So I'm put this back a tiny bit right there. So I'm eating a little meat, y'all. I'm not a meat eater. Like, I don't like eating meat every day. I mostly eat, and when I do eat, I try to eat more seafood, fish, stuff like that. But yeah, Cutie Pie is just chilling. So yeah, just in case somebody people wanted to see, she chilling right there. Sit down, Cutie Pie. Sit down. Just in case anybody was wondering. But yeah, she chilling. It's like I said, it's supposed to be getting warm. Supposed to be getting warmer as I'm going more south. It should be getting warmer. Let this truck go. Yeah. room and my sister's room. So my sister wanted to stay in my dad's room. You know. What's up, everyone? Everybody that's coming in, like, comment, subscribe to the channel. I'll be telling about the story time about how I grew up. I put this power. Get this thing some more power. Some more power. So yeah. So what was I saying? I was saying yeah, when I went to school in 10th grade, I met this guy named Kenneth Daly, a good friend. And you know, it was times my mom, you know, they started cutting back on her position, so she had to find another job. And in between the jobs that we couldn't, we dressed, but you know, some of our clothes were not really good. I'm just talking about the 10th grade now. My sneakers were at the bottom, like I said, they were like almost coming apart basically. And my buddy Kenneth Daly, I remember me and him wore like the same size. He blessed me to his mom was working and everything, and you know, he wanted to give me some sneakers, and he blessed me with some sneakers, man. And that was something. Being in the hood, you know, being clowned. I got clowned. I remember I got clowned by this Jack. I remember I call him a Jack now because he was one of those guys that his dad owned Taurus One, the club, and his dad owned like they call him Chicken Man. I don't know because he sold chicken or he sold chicken in the club, or I don't know, but they used to call him Chicken Man. And Milton, I still, you know, I think Milton has passed away now. You know, God bless his dad. You know, but Milton was a guy that kind of made me feel bad, kind of bullied me a little bit, because you know, the first half of my 10th grade, you know, my mom couldn't afford any, you know, as far as us getting like really like new clothes. But my mom, she worked the best that she could, and she went to bingo, and she went to bingo, and like $1,000. That was a big $2,000 was a lot of money back in the 80s. $2,000 in the 80s was like almost like $5,000, almost like maybe $4,000 or $5,000. You could double that back in the 80s. And my mom, when she went to bingo in Canada, I think it was a little bit before Christmas. I think it was before Christmas, and she won. I think she won $1,500 or she won $1,000, something like that. And she came back home, and then Christmas, you know, she bought us stuff, but the main thing she bought us was clothes. Bought us new sneakers, everything. And then, you know, that's when I started back dressing up. I used to wear nice sweaters back in the days. I had zip up, you know, sweaters and wet look sweaters, you know, back in the days, all that. I still, even though we couldn't afford the first half of the school year of 10th grade, my second half, after Christmas, you know, I started looking fresh, you know. Started looking fresh. And then I think I went back down south one more time in the 10th grade. One more time in the 10th grade. And by the 11th grade, towards the middle of the 11th grade, my buddy Terry, my best friend, had got a job. He got a job at Burger King. And 11th grade, we moved to Webster Avenue. Oh, I remember that. We moved to Webster Avenue. And 11th grade, I started working. At 11th grade, my mom stopped buying us clothes. She really stopped buying us everything really, because I had a job. And I forgot I worked summer jobs too. So, 11th grade, I really was kind of on my own when I got in the 11th grade. But yeah, 11th grade in the 80s. Got in my 10th grade. My dad passed away. Or was it the 9th grade? No, it was the 10th grade because I was on Hudson and I was going to Franklin. But yeah, in the 10th grade, my dad passed away. And no, I'm sorry, it was 11th grade. It was before I was out of 10th grade. That's right. It was summertime. My dad passed away because the last time me and my sister seen dad, he was the last time we seen our dad at his house, because him and my mom they were been broken up, and my dad had moved on, and he had his own place and everything. But my dad was he was a drinker and stuff like that. The last time me and my sister seen my dad, he was throwing up so bad, or I don't know what was coming out of his stomach. It looked like his stomach that he was throwing up. It was just chunks of pink. It was really like his intestines. It was pink and red, like he was throwing up his intestines. I remember that and he was throwing up like violently, and then it stopped. And then I guess he went back to drinking, or did he? I don't know if he stopped drinking that day or something like that, or he did. He just got tired and he didn't drink anymore for that day, I should say. And that was the last time I seen my dad. And we had visitations on the weekends and stuff like that. So I guess we didn't go like the next weekend, and then we didn't go that next weekend, and then Monday, and then Tuesday, I remember my uncle, I think it was my Uncle R, we call him Uncle R, and John Henry and my cousin Willie came over to the house, or was it just John Henry and Uncle R came over to the house, and they came upstairs, and they came upstairs. Me and my sister was home, and they said, "Marianne, can you sit down?" And my mom was like, "Yeah." And they said, "Well, we just want to tell you that, Gerald is, he passed away and stuff like that. I think he passed away in his sleep or something like that. I think he passed away in his sleep." And I think they said he had a heart attack in his sleep or something like that, or he passed away in his sleep. So my sister, I cried. I didn't boo-hoo cry, but tears came down my eyes. My sister, being that my sister is a daddy's girl, yeah, my sister took it hard. I mean, hard. She had her hands on her face, and my sister took it real hard, because that was her. My dad was her my dad was her everything, basically. My dad was her everything. She never got a whooping. I got whoopings from my dad and my mom. That's how bad I was back in the days. I think my mom probably whooped my sister, but my dad, he never whooped my sister. Never whooped her. I don't even think my dad yelled at my sister. He probably talked loud to her, hey, Angel, do this, bada bing, you know. But as far as I was the one that got yelled at all the time. I was the one that got beaten by like I said, my mom and my dad. Me, Mr. Hardhead. Yeah, I was the one that almost got in trouble all the time. Yeah, me. But yeah, my sister took it real bad when my dad passed, because that was her heart. My dad was her heart. She loved my dad. Yeah, she loved my dad, and I think that's one reason why she moved down south. Well, I'll get to that in a minute, because the story time is gonna be over with in a minute once I hit this Allendale. But yeah, yeah, going into the 11th grade, my dad passed. Going into and then we moved to Webster Avenue. We moved to Webster Avenue, and I still was breakdancing. I still was breakdancing, and I got a real job at Burger King. That's what I consider a real job. I get a real paycheck. I had to learn how to work with a crew. I had to learn how to take orders from my best friend, who was a team lead, a crew leader or something like that. And at first I ain't like it. I'm like, man, you my friend. He was like, nah, man, you got sweep and mop. You know what I'm saying? Right down the mop. So, and it wasn't about. It was business. One of the girls, more than, and yeah, I was a type person that, and Stevie J went to Franklin. He went to Franklin. I'm a type of person that, even when I didn't study, I got C's and B's. I really didn't study it. Now, when I studied, when I sat down and studied, I was getting A's. I was getting A's and B's. But I'm the type of person, I'm in high school, I want to have fun, you know? I want to have fun. So, 11th grade, actually no, 10th grade, I started going to the skating rink in the 10th grade. It was Skate Town, USA. They should have called it the Wild West Saloon, because every Saturday it was in that. It was fun to go to. Either the police was fighting us outside, fight Romy and Carl McCoy and them, They was from Bain Street Center and stuff like that. And those were those were the kind of like sophisticated guys. They were street, but they still was kind of sophisticated, you know. Man, oh yeah, I'm about to come into Allendale, y'all. So hopefully I can tell you these couple of things before I hit Allendale. Shoot, I got 10 minutes for Allendale. Okay. Let me get into this. 11th grade, I was in RCC, and I'm sorry, 10th grade, I was in the breakdance group, RCC. From 10th grade, 11th grade, and then me and Terry, we start hanging out on the west side. The west side, when it came to hip hop, 11th grade, the west side, Jefferson Avenue, Genesee Street, West Main Street. I don't know if everybody was outside. It seemed like everybody just, Genesee Street was packed with people just walking up and down the street. Hip hop was brand new. You had Just Ice. You had Curtis Blow. You know what I'm saying? Hip hop was still brand new. It was still fresh. It was still young. You know, I'm working, so I can afford my Pumas now, my Adidas, my sheepskin, my own sheepskin coat. You know, my London Fog hat, my Kangos, my Gazelles. We call them Gazelles, but the real thing was Gazelles. That was the real thing. You know. Yeah. Rose Club. Yeah, LaToya. I think that's what the song Just Ice had sung. LaToya. And yeah, that's when hip hop, like I said, hip hop was exciting. Genesee Street used to be packed. I'm gonna tell you this quick story because, like I said, my thing. Well, I know when it's gonna cut out. I'm gonna digress for a second. Talking about the west side. The west side of my city, when it came to hip hop, it was almost like being in the Bronx. Nah, not the Bronx. I ain't gonna say the Bronx. I've been to the Bronx. I'm talking about when I was younger. It looked like a war zone, an actual war zone in some spots. It was like Brooklyn. It was like Brooklyn. Yeah, not Queens, Brooklyn. As far as the west side. And like I said, as far as me coming into my own and me spending my own money, buying my own clothes and all that stuff, yeah. The west side, like I said, it seemed like everybody just came outside and just walked on the sidewalk. I mean, women everywhere. I mean, girls everywhere and women. You know, B-boys, gangs. You know, I think the G-boys was on the west side. But I'm gonna tell y'all this quick story. The story is, I went to the Army. this is after I graduated high school and all that stuff. And our barracks, we had like our 4 barracks for our platoon was on in this one area, and then across the road, and those other barracks were Marines. And I guess they were part of the artillery, because Fort Sill is kind of known for artillery, tanks and stuff like that, anti-tanks and stuff like that, weaponry. And I go in the shower, and I'm in the shower, and this other brother in the shower. I still remember he had gold teeth, and all of his teeth weren't gold. They were crowns or whatever they call them. And then he started talking, and then I started talking, and then he asked me, he was like, "Man, you from New York?" I was like, "Yeah." I said, "I'm from New York." I said, "Man," I said, "You sound like you from New York too." He was like, "Yeah, man, he said, "I'm from Brooklyn." I was like, "Oh, okay." Then he asked me where I was from. I said, "Man, I'm from Rochester, man." He was like, "What?" I said, "Yeah, I'm from Rochester." He was like, "Yo, man." He said, "Man, y'all, Rochester, man, y'all, man, yo, man, yo. I almost got robbed in Rochester, man. They pulled shotguns out on me." He said, "The only thing that saved me was first, I was..." Okay. All right. Man, okay. So what I was saying was, hopefully I got that part where I met the guy from Brooklyn. And I told him where I was from. I said, "Man, I'm from Rochester." And he was like, it was like his eyes he was like, "Yo, man." He said, "Man, you brothers in Rochester are wild, man." He said, "Man, yo, I almost got robbed, man." He was telling me the story. He said, like he said, his went in the store, left him in the car. I guess he wanted to get out of the car, maybe to stretch or whatever. He said dudes came up to him with shotguns. Dudes came up to him with shotguns. Come to find out, his cousin, came out of the store just in time and was like, "Yo, man, what y'all doing?" And they was like, he was like, "Yeah, man, my cousin. What y'all doing, man?" And the dude was like, "Oh, man, they wouldn't have shot him in the broad day, because it was broad daylight." That's what he was tripping about. He was tripping because he said, "Man, niggas in Rochester robbed you broad daylight." And they will. I got robbed. Broad daylight once, night second time. I got robbed when I was 16. The dude I still see to this day. And it's been times that God said, "I gotta forgive that dude. I gotta forgive him." Because it was times as I got older and I've grown up, I had a gun on me, and I was gonna rob him. I was gonna shoot him. I was gonna shoot him and take him to the river, basically. Yep. I got robbed by 2 people when I was 16. They took me. My mom bought me a watch for my birthday. She bought me a name belt. They robbed me for the watch. The name belt had spikes on it. That's when people had name belts, you could put it on around your chest and all that stuff. or around your waist, and your name was on it, and my name, I had my Gerry belt on. I don't know why would they steal a name belt with my name on it? Clowns. They had a knife. They had a knife. They was like, man, we gonna stab this knife, and you don't. And because at first I wasn't. The reason why I wasn't giving it up is because the second guy is the guy. The guy used to walk me to school in 5th grade. That's why I kept saying, Tierra, man, why you doing this, man? I knew the guy, but I was 16, and that's when they start smoking bass. They start smoking cocaine. So, being that they start smoking, this is a little bit before crack. No, it was before crack, I should say. But when they start smoking, they start smoking like cocaine balls or whatever. They were highly addicted. I don't think Tierra even knew it was me, because I had grown up Gerry curl. I had gloves, breaking gloves, Gerry curl, Pumas. That was my pre-B-boy days. And yeah, I got robbed twice. But getting back to Genesee Street, and people from the boroughs used to come up to Rochester. They used to come up to Rochester and was thinking like, oh man, I'm in Rochester, and I'm from the Bronx, I'm from Brooklyn, I'm from Queens, I'm gonna take over this. Brothers in Rochester like, nah nigga, you still in New York. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, they used to get dealt with. Seriously. People in Rochester don't get along with people in Buffalo. I got family in Buffalo. I got family in Queens. I got family in Brooklyn. And people from Brooklyn don't like people. No, people in Queens don't like people from the Bronx. There's people in Brooklyn ain't never been outside of Brooklyn. Ain't never left Brooklyn. So I'm saying, say this, y'all. I'm gonna end this live because I'm going through this small town right here. And when I go through this small town, I'm gonna have a signal for a second. But when I pass this small town and I get towards the state line of Georgia, the signal gonna go out for a while. So, like I said, I'm gonna end this live on this last note as far as me being in 11th grade. And like I said, go to the Miss Gerry League of Defense Fund, give to her fund, give $1, $5, $10, $20, $50, $100. I definitely would love to help. I'm paying for a lawyer too. But as far as much as donations I can get, I would greatly appreciate that. Miss Gerry would greatly appreciate that. So give to the fund. I bless you. And like I said, I gotta end this live because it's gonna cut out. So, all right, y'all. And I might do the rest of my story time maybe this weekend. Probably when I get to my post as far as security. All right, y'all. Be blessed, shalom, and peace, everyone.